The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., March 24, 2021, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Ben Ray Lujan, a senator from the state of New Mexico, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patrick J. Leahy, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Are we in a quorum? No. Mr. President, I understand that there's a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S937, a bill to facilitate the expedited review of COVID-19 hate crimes and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Now on to my remarks, Mr. President. A week ago, the nation reeled in horror as a deranged gunman shot and killed 8 people at 3 different locations across the Atlanta area. 6 of them were Asian American women. Just 6 days later, another shooting. 10 people shot and killed by a gunman who entered a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. Some were customers, some were employees. One was as young as 20, and one as old as 65. One of the victims was merely walking through the parking lot after fixing the coffee machines at a nearby Starbucks, the son of Serbian refugees, the shining hope of his family. One of the fallen was a local police officer, Eric Talley, an 11-year veteran of Boulder Police and a father of 7. You look at each of their faces, young, wise, older, you ache, gone. You think of their families who you don't know. Never will see them again, taken so cruelly, so quickly. Today, flags around the Capitol will remain at half-staff in honor of the victims, and we all grieve with their families. We also grieve with the community of Boulder, the people of Colorado, and we grieve with the people of Georgia, and all people across the United States whose lives have been forever marred by the plague of gun violence. COVID-19 is not the only epidemic claiming innocent lives in America. Last year alone, 20,000 Americans were killed by gun violence, the highest number in almost 2 decades. Most of these incidents never reach the headlines, but we cannot allow ourselves to become numb to their devastation. After one of the most difficult years in American history, we all want our lives and our country to return to normal. But not this normal, oh no. Not the normal that accepts everyday gun violence as a matter of course, an incidental risk to living in these United States of America. We cannot, we must not accept that as normal. We must not shrink from our moral obligation to act. 2 years ago, the Republican leader, then in the majority, promised that this chamber would have a real debate on gun violence in this country. It never happened. Even the former president made some noises about supporting common sense gun safety measures before quickly retreating, a result, once again, of bitter, reflexive opposition by the NRA to any progress and fear among so many Republicans of what the NRA might do to them if they spoke truth to power. Well, now we don't have a Republican majority, we have a Democratic one. This time is going to be different. A Democratic majority in the Senate is going to act. I have committed to put legislation to expand background checks on the floor of the Senate. We will debate it. We will vote on it. Just yesterday, my colleague, Senator Durbin, led the Judiciary Committee in hearing from scores of witnesses about proposals to reduce gun violence that this Senate might take up. I have started the process to make legislation to combat hate crimes against Asian Americans, led by Senators Hirono and Representative Mung in the House, available for action on the floor. I've been told by so many Asians in New York that they're afraid just to walk down the street, something they used to do easily. I've seen the pain and fear in their faces as I've attended the rallies in New York. Make no mistake, under the Democratic majority, the Senate will debate and address the epidemic of gun violence in this country. Now on the Levine nomination. Today, the Senate will confirm the nomination of Rachel Levine, Pennsylvania's top health official, to be the next Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services. The Biden administration has brought many historic firsts into its ranks, including the first openly gay cabinet secretary at any agency. The confirmation of Rachel Levine represents another important milestone for the American LGBTQ community. She will be the first openly transgender official ever confirmed by the United States Senate. The arc of history is long, but it keeps bending in the direction of justice. As transgender Americans suffer higher rates of abuse, homelessness, and depression than almost every other group, it's important to have national figures like Dr. Levine, who by virtue of being in the public spotlight will help break down barriers of ignorance and of fear. Pennsylvania's political leaders say Dr. Levine has forced people in the state to better understand the transgender community. One state legislator said, quote, "She has robbed people of the false premise that they don't know any trans people and therefore don't need to be respectful of trans people." The historic nature of her nomination should not be lost on anyone, but Dr. Levine thoroughly deserves to be confirmed on the strength of her qualifications. Despite several attacks on her gender identity over the past year, Dr. Levine has stayed laser-focused on helping the state of Pennsylvania manage and respond to COVID. The quality of her public service is reflected in the fact that she was confirmed not once, not twice, but 3 times by the Republican-led state Senate to serve as first as physician general and then as health secretary. The U.S. Senate should follow suit today and make Dr. Levine the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services. Now, Mr. President, one more issue. I was just over at the Rules Committee hearing. It's the first hearing I attended as Majority Leader because it was about S1, so important. And there I showed my anger and frustration at what Republican legislatures are attempting to do throughout the country. Take away people's right to vote, particularly aimed at people of color. You know, Mr. President, it's more than 160 years since the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments abolished slavery, but Jim Crow is still with us. When a state says you need a notary public to cast an absentee ballot, it is no different than asking African Americans to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar before they vote. It's certainly no different in intent to deprive them of their right, their constitutional right, to vote. And here we have Republican senators making excuses for these vicious and often bigoted deprivations of the right to vote. They say this is a state issue. No. Congress has passed numerous laws dealing with federal voting rights. And in fact, the Constitution explicitly says that Congress has the ability and right to do it. And yet, Republicans who lost the election, instead of doing what we should be doing in a democracy, when you lose, you're supposed to figure out why you lost and win over the voters you didn't. But they will just deprive the voters who voted against them of the right to vote. That is eerily reminiscent of what dictators like Erdogan in Turkey or Orban in Hungary would do. Our Republican Party has sunk so low that the Republican leader is over in the Rules Committee defending these actions by state legislatures. I asked him and all the Republicans to give us a reason. Why did the Georgia legislature only pick Sundays to say there should be no early voting on Sunday? We know why. It's because that's the day African Americans vote in the Souls to the Poll operation, where they go from church to vote. It's despicable. Every time you think the country has moved a long way, you see steps taken backward. And let's make no mistake about it, the shadow of Donald Trump, his big lie, his incessant focus on doing anything that benefits him, no matter if it's the truth or not, if it's constitutional or not, if it's racist or not, has now fallen over this party, and they're not even standing up to protect the sacred right to vote. Shame, shame, shame on all of them. Shame. How can you defend these actions throughout legislatures, which the Washington Post could amount to tens of millions of people losing their right to vote? Are we a democracy? Are we? The shadow of Donald Trump falls dark and large over this caucus when they act like that. And it happens far too often. We will not let this stand. We will not let this stand. S1 will pass this body. I yield the floor. The absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, is the Senate in quorum call?
It is.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I've come down to the floor multiple times in the past week.
Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nominations en bloc, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Rachel Leland Levine of Pennsylvania to be an Assistant Secretary. Nomination, Department of Energy, David Turk of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, I've come down to the floor multiple times in the past week to talk about the filibuster. I've talked a lot about the dangers of eliminating the filibuster, from the loss of bipartisanship to the loss of meaningful representation for Senate minorities and the constituents that they serve. One thing I haven't mentioned yet, though, is the fact that Democrats are increasingly calling for eliminating the filibuster despite the fact that Republicans haven't actually filibustered any legislation yet this Congress. In fact, the Democrat leader was just down here, Mr. President, talking about attacking the Republicans for opposing H.R. 1, S1, or whatever it is, it's the election bill the Democrats have put forward. But there hasn't been any effort that I'm aware of to reach out to Republicans to talk about things that they might want to be involved with in terms of elections reforms or reforming our election system in this country. In fact, this last election, we saw record turnout. Millions of people, more than the previous election, came out and voted. It was run by the states across the country. And the proposal that's before us, the H.R. 1 proposal, now I guess S1, would attempt to federalize that election process, to nationalize the election, to take the power away from the states who currently administer and run elections and have that run out of Washington, D.C. It seems to me, Mr. President, that a lot of people across this country would rather deal with state leaders, state governments, when it comes to administering our elections than having it run out of Washington, D.C. And there are lots of other provisions in that bill that many of us would object to. I think, frankly, it's a good thing to have a photo ID to vote. That's something that my state of South Dakota has. I think it makes sense that when people come in to vote to be able to prove who they are. Obviously, it's a voter fraud prevention measure that's been adopted by many states across the country, upheld by the courts. And it just strikes me that there are a lot of provisions in that bill that would need to be fixed, honestly. And frankly, just the very premise to have the federal government running elections in this country, essentially taking over something that's been historically handled by the states. It strikes me that that would be something that the American people would have a lot of issues with. Now, I'm not sure exactly, given the fact that we had millions more voting in the 2020 election than the previous presidential election, would suggest that we need to make changes to election laws across this country. The states, in my view, when they certified the election like they typically do in the 2020 election, did it on time in accordance with the law. And the system, I believe, worked pretty well. But the Democrats seem to believe that there needs to be changes to our elections. But my point simply, Mr. President, with respect to their arguments about that and about the need to eliminate the filibuster in order to do it, is that we haven't filibustered anything yet. Now, the Democrats, when they were in the minority the last 6 years, filibustered most things that we brought up that were of major consequence, legislation that they objected to. They've used the filibuster prolifically, you could say, in the last 6 years. But it seems a little bit odd to have them getting up and talking about eliminating something that's been a part of Senate history, Senate rules, Senate traditions for a really long time, and arguing that the reason they need to do that is because Republicans have been abusing it when we've been in the majority. We've been in the majority for the last 6 years. The filibuster is a tool employed by the minority and employed, I would say, very freely by the minority in the past 6 years. We haven't filibustered, Republicans haven't filibustered anything yet, legislation, in this Congress. And yet Democrats are talking about eliminating the filibuster. And frankly, Mr. President, without attempting to reach across the aisle and engage and talk with Republicans about areas where we might find common ground. So that's what I want to talk just a little bit about today, because I think Republicans have shown a genuine commitment to bipartisanship and unity, something that's not been on display from the president or the Democrat leadership. The Senate confirmed President Biden's cabinet nominees faster than those of both President Trump and President Obama, thanks in no small part to Republicans' willingness to move the process along. And many, if not most, of those confirmations were bipartisan. I voted for a number of President Biden's cabinet nominees, not because they were the individuals I would have picked, but because I believe that absent serious red flags, a president deserves to have his team around him. So I have a suggestion for Democrats. Why not try bipartisanship? And by that, I don't mean holding Republicans hostage, the way the Democrat leader has threatened the, quote, support our legislation or will talk about eliminating the filibuster. I don't mean passing a few pieces of bipartisan legislation for show and then showing through the rest of your agenda, or shoving through the rest of your agenda through reconciliation or abolishment of the filibuster. I mean genuine bipartisanship, sitting down at the table, identifying big issues that we need to address, and then looking at proposals from both parties, and negotiating until we can find agreement. There's a lot of room for that. While the focus often tends to be on the areas where we disagree, there are plenty of areas where Democrats and Republicans either already agree or could easily reach middle ground. I'm a conservative, Mr. President, but I've introduced 14 bills so far this year, and 11 of them have had Democrat co-sponsors. There's a lot of room for us to work together. So why don't Democrats try that? We could start with American economic competitiveness and global leadership legislation, or infrastructure legislation, both issues that Democrats and Republicans see a pressing need to address. The Democrat leaders mentioned his desire to bring up legislation regarding America's competitiveness vis-a-vis China. And the Republican leader has agreed that it's an issue ripe for a bipartisan, regular order process. There are a lot of areas where we could find bipartisan agreement on these issues, investing in our domestic manufacturing capacity so we don't have to rely as heavily on China or other countries for essential products or technologies. Promoting the development of 5G technology here at home to ensure the United States wins the race to 5G. Supply chain security, protecting our taxpayer-funded research and intellectual property from theft, and more. I recently introduced the Bipartisan Network Security Trade Act with Senator Fisher and Democrats Senators Stabenow and Warner. Currently, one of the biggest suppliers of 5G equipment worldwide is a Chinese company, Huawei, which is supported by the Chinese Communist Party. American security officials have raised concerns that much of Huawei's equipment is built with back doors, giving the Chinese Communist Party access to global communications networks. Our bill would address this potential security risk by making telecommunication security a key objective when negotiating future trade deals. It's important that we encourage our trading partners and allies to keep suspect technology like Huawei out of their networks. The Bipartisan Network Security Trade Act would be a strong candidate for inclusion in a thoughtful, bipartisan measure meant to enhance our competitiveness with China if Democrats are willing to engage in truly bipartisan legislating. I believe a strong China policy is a national priority, Mr. President. And I hope we'll consider a bill that addresses the many threats China poses in the near future, as long as Democrats don't simply turn it into a means to promote their partisan priorities under the guise of competing with China. Mr. President, there's also a lot of bipartisan agreement to be found on infrastructure. In fact, there is a history of bipartisan collaboration on infrastructure legislation. Our last major infrastructure bill, the FAST Act, was supported by both Democrats and Republicans and was a remarkably successful bill. Last Congress, the Environment and Public Works Committee here in the Senate developed bipartisan infrastructure legislation. And there is no reason at all, Mr. President, that we shouldn't reach bipartisan agreement on a substantial infrastructure bill. I know a lot of us senators from rural states, both Democrats and Republicans, share a number of the same priorities for infrastructure legislation. like expanding broadband access in rural communities and ensuring that farmers and ranchers have a transportation system they can depend on to get their goods to market. Investments in rural infrastructure benefit our entire economy. The vast majority of agricultural and industrial commodities originate in rural areas, and speeding the passage of those goods to market benefits everyone, those who produce these commodities and those who rely on being able to sell them or purchase them. I've introduced two pieces of legislation with Democrat colleagues that I would hope to see included in potential bipartisan infrastructure legislation. I recently introduced the Railroad Rehabilitation and Financing Innovation Act with my Democrat colleague, Senator Hassan. Our bill takes important steps to improve the accessibility of the Railroad Rehabilitation and Improvement Financing Loan Program for smaller railroads, like those farmers and ranchers rely on to get their goods to market. I also recently introduced the Tribal Transportation Equity and Transparency Improvement Act with my Democrat colleague, Senator Sinema. Tribes across the nation have struggled to build and maintain roads and bridges within their reservations, which connect tribal members to critical services. This is especially true for large, land-based tribes who must maintain vast road networks in sparsely populated areas. Our bill would help tribes address these challenges by taking steps to make the allocation of funding through the Tribal Transportation Program more equitable and transparent. Mr. President, if one thing is for sure, it's that a 50-50 Senate is not a mandate for one side to force through its agenda unchecked. It is absurd for Senate Democrats or House Democrats to pretend they have a mandate for a partisan revolution. I'm not sure that the Democrat leadership realizes this, but I think there are a good number of rank-and-file Democrats who do. And I hope those rank-and-file Democrats will encourage their leaders to move away from their liberal fantasies and try for real bipartisan cooperation. There's a lot we can do together on a lot of issues if Democrats will come to the table. Mr. President, I hope they will. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, first let me salute my colleague and friend from South Dakota, and I hope that we can achieve what he's asked for, bipartisanship in the United States Senate. He made a point that I would like to amplify, that they have not even used the filibuster. The Republicans have not invoked the filibuster so far during this Senate session. Well, there is a reason, because the three things that we have done in this session are not under the rules of the Senate subject to filibuster. And let me note as well, ask unanimous consent that I be given 10 minutes to speak before the roll call begins.
Without objection.
Thank you. There are three things that are not subject to the filibuster: an impeachment trial, which we've accomplished so far this year, the nominations, which the senator from South Dakota alluded to, and the reconciliation bill. It is true, the Republicans did not apply the filibuster to that, but it wasn't their goodwill that motivated it. The Senate rules demanded it. The question is, can we reach a point where we do things on a bipartisan basis, or will it be stopped by a filibuster? So let me pause at that moment and say to those following the debate what a filibuster is all about. It is a time-honored tradition in the Senate, going back to Aaron Burr serving as vice president, that people can speak in an unlimited fashion on the floor. There's nothing to stop them until there came a cloture vote, which didn't appear until the early 20th century. Before that, a senator could hold the floor indefinitely and slow things down to a crawl, to a stop, if necessary. The filibuster allowed them to continue that, but then came the cloture motion, which stopped the filibuster. Initially took 67, two-thirds vote, 67, eventually 60 votes, but that's what it boils down to. If you want to get anything done on the floor and you don't want one senator to stand up and say, I refuse to accept the vote, then you have to have 60 votes. So in a majority Senate, 51 would clearly be sufficient. Under a filibuster, 60 is required. There are 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans. Vice President Kamala Harris can be the tie-breaking vote, the 51st vote. And so the Republicans, by applying the filibuster rule, could require 60 votes, which of course the Democrats by themselves, even with the vice president, couldn't come up with. There was a statement made by Senator McConnell, the Republican leader, yesterday, which is nothing short of amazing. At a press conference, he said of the filibuster, and I quote, "It has no racial history at all, none." Amazing that he would say that. If you go back and study the history of this body, John Caldwell Calhoun, senator from South Carolina, started in early parts of the 19th century of using this unlimited debate to protect slave states, to protect the interest of the southern states. And that progressed in history to the point where in modern times, at least in the 20th century, the filibuster was used consistently to stop federalizing the crime of lynching. I don't know who would argue in Kentucky or anywhere else that the crime of lynching has nothing to do with race. But the filibuster was used to protect federalizing that crime. And it was used in an effort to stop the bills that were trying to outlaw a poll tax. Poll tax? That meant you had to pay to be able to vote. It was used in the South to try and discourage African Americans from voting. It clearly was racial. And the filibuster was used over and over again to protect a vote on the Senate floor, this Senate floor, from taking place on the poll tax. Then fast forward several decades to the 1960s. Richard Russell of Georgia engineered, he was the architect, the legislative architect of the filibuster that stopped the civil rights bills in the 1960s. Certainly, Senator McConnell, who was working in the Senate at that time as an intern, if I'm not mistaken, must remember the filibuster being used against a civil rights bill. And to say that the filibuster has no racial history at all, none, is to ignore the obvious. Here's the point we're getting to. Senator Schumer has said it on the floor. Others have said it as well. We've got to be productive in this session of the Senate. After the last 4 years, we've seen the Senate really break down to the point where they weren't productive at all. We weren't productive at all. 29 amendment votes in the last year of Senator McConnell's reign as the Republican leader. 29 amendment votes in 1 year. Previous year under Senator McConnell, 22 amendment votes. No activity on the floor of the Senate. We can't let that happen. There are things that need to be done. And let me mention two. One of them that certainly needs to be done is to protect America's right to vote. The senator from South Dakota comes and says, well, we had this big turnout on November 3rd, 2020. And now the Democrats are meeting talking about changing the voting laws. Why would we want to change if we had such a big turnout? He ignores what happened in between. After the election returns of November 3rd, 2020, Republicans across the nation in 40 different states introduced hundreds of bills to limit people's right to vote. That's why we're responding with this federal response that's now being considered in the Senate Rules Committee. He missed part of the equation. It went from November 3rd's big turnout to efforts in state legislatures to restrict turnout, to limit the rights of people to vote across America, especially African Americans and Latinos and those who are not wealthy, to limit their right to vote. And then came this response on the federal basis. That's an important point. And if we believe that the filibuster would not be used against it, if there was some promise that it wouldn't be, we certainly could bring that bill to the floor for debate, and we should, if we're given that kind of assurance. The final point I want to make is a hearing we held yesterday. It was a hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee on guns and gun violence. I scheduled it last week, and I didn't know as I scheduled it the tragedy that was occurring in Atlanta, Georgia, with 8 people who were murdered. We heard about that. It was an outrage. These poor innocent people killed, coincidentally, majority of them Asian Americans, at a time when we know hate crimes against Asian Americans are on the rise. That was the day that I announced the hearing that occurred yesterday. But little did I know as we prepared 2 days ago for that hearing what would happen in Boulder, Colorado, just 2 days ago, when 10 innocent people were killed at a supermarket. We had a hearing yesterday. It was an important hearing. Members all attended. Sadly, one of the members on the other side came in, the junior senator from Texas, and characterized our hearing on gun violence in light of what's happening in America as ridiculous theater. Those were his words, ridiculous theater. There was nothing ridiculous about the hearing that we held yesterday. It was a matter of life and death. And the grief that is being felt in Boulder, Colorado, Atlanta, Georgia, and all over America is a grief that is shared on a daily basis. 40,000 Americans each year lose their lives to gun violence. 40,000, a record-breaking number and nothing we should be proud of as a nation. And when we address gun violence and the measures that should be taken to reduce it, it is not ridiculous, it is as serious as it gets. And furthermore, it's not theater. Theater is a depiction of reality. The Senate Judiciary Committee is reality. We are empowered as senators to change the laws of America and make it safer. That is not a theatrical performance. That is just discharging our duties as United States senators. So I would say to that senator and others, I agree completely with Senator Schumer. We need to bring bills to the floor that will reduce gun violence in America. Keep firearms out of the hands of people who should not have them. Convicted felons and mentally unstable people should not be having guns and buying them and able to kill innocent people who are just stopping by at the supermarket to pick up something to take home. That's what happened in Boulder, Colorado. And as the stories are printed in newspapers across America about those lives lost, it is a grim reminder that this is not ridiculous, it is not theater, it is a life and death issue which we have the power to change. I hope that we can bring this measure to the floor, the one that passed the House of Representatives and others, to bring sanity to our Second Amendment, to make sure that we have constitutional, common sense gun safety that is consistent with any constitutional right. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of calendar number 40, Rachel Leland Levine of Pennsylvania, to be an Assistant Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Rachel Leland Levine of Pennsylvania to be an Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Resch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Carper, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Lujan, Merkley, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Schatz, Sinema. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Ernst, Fisher, Moran, Rounds, Sass, Scott of Florida. Warnock, Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tillis. No. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville. No. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Miss Baldwin, aye. Miss Collins, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Miss Lummis, no. Miss Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Braun, Mr. Braun. No. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito. No. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty. No. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Burr, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Miss Rosen, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. McConnell, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays 48. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 38, David Turk of Maryland, to be Deputy Secretary of Energy, signed by 19 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of David Turk of Maryland to be Deputy Secretary of Energy shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich,
Yes.
Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy,
I'm going down to Rachel's office.
Mr. Lee,
I'll just take it.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
It's mine.
Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders,
I'm making it.
Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Booker, Braun, Brown, Burr, Cardin, Casey, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Ernst, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Haggerty, Hassan, Hirono, Inhofe, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Langford, Leahy, Lee, Lummis, Manchin, McConnell, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Portman, Risch, Romney, Rosen, Rubio, Sanders, Schatz, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Shelby, Smith, Stabenow, Sullivan, Thune, Toomey, Tuberville, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, and Young. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Hawley and Paul. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Graham, Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye.
You did register mine.
Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye.
The yeas are 98, the nays are 2. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's obvious to just about everyone outside of Washington that the situation on our southern border is a crisis. I can't believe that anyone wouldn't believe that it's a crisis. But there are some who would answer it isn't a crisis. President Biden and the DHS Secretary refused to call it a crisis. It's not just a challenge. They call it a challenge. This isn't a challenge. This is a crisis. Ask anyone you see on the street if it's a crisis. People lined up, coming in illegally. You don't have to take my word for it. Look at the facts. We've had a 173% increase in border apprehensions compared with 1 year ago. 173% increase. This past February, apprehensions were the highest total for February in 14 years. DHS admits that we're on the track for the most illegal migrants in more than 20 years. This is on the border. This is today. This is what's happening. Last week, mainstream media news reports found the administration is restricting information Border Patrol agents are allowed to share with the media about the crisis. The border agents claim that they're under an unofficial gag order. These are the border agents. These are the ones that do this for a living. They're down there. They're protecting our laws, stopping illegals from coming in. That's what their job description is. And yet they're under a gag order. They don't want the media to find out. And they're being told to deny media requests for ride-alongs the border. Now, that's so that people, the media, can tell the people of America what is going on down there, and they're being denied that opportunity. The DHS Secretary claims that he's committed to openness and transparency, but this is not openness and transparency. This is hiding from the people what is going on. Maybe this administration is doing this and refusing to call it a crisis because their policies have invited this surge. This surge is coming as a result of them. President Biden has frozen funds from Congress directed for the building of the wall. He ended the Remain in Mexico asylum policy that was put there by the previous administration. It is a crisis. Illegal aliens know Biden is opening our borders up, and they intend to take advantage of it. And the illegals are wearing the Biden t-shirts. You see this over here? There they are. Biden, we're coming in. I know a lot about the southern border because I've been there countless times seeing firsthand the problems on both the Mexican side and the American side of the border. I was a builder and developer for 30 years down there, Mr. President. I know that border for 30 years, all the way from Brownsville to McAllen, Texas, and I'm on both sides. And I know the individuals that are down there who are the career people protecting our borders. I'm disappointed that the administration is reversing the progress we've made over the past 4 years, and shocked that they simply won't acknowledge it's a crisis. The border security should not be a partisan issue, and I'm glad there are a few Senate Democrats that share my concern about this crisis. I applaud them for speaking out. It took guts to do it. Well, I've got a resolution, Mr. President, and I'm going to introduce this resolution. I introduced it actually already. I think every senator will agree with. It's a simple resolution. I think this, we haven't checked this out yet, but I think this might be the shortest resolution in the history of the United States Senate. I'm going to read it to you. It simply states, quote, "It is the sense of the Senate that the current influx of migrants at the southern land border of the United States constitutes a crisis." That's it, nothing more. So with that, Mr. President, it's obvious with that, Mr. President, I will make this as if in legislative session. This is a unanimous consent request, Mr. President. I'm making it right now. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent, the Senate proceed to the consideration of S. Res. 132 submitted earlier today. I further ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from California.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Colleagues, what is happening right at the border right now is not just another policy matter to me. It is personal. When I see the young Latino children alone in an unfamiliar setting, being spoken to by law enforcement and other authorities in a language that they don't understand, I actually can't help but think of my 3 boys. My boys are the same ages as many of the kids presenting themselves at the border seeking asylum. They look just like those kids. I see the fear and desperation in the eyes of the children at the border, and I don't have to imagine how my boys would look and feel under such circumstances. I've tasted that already. In 2018, we were on a family trip in Arizona, June of 2018. It was the height of Trump's cruel family separation. We took a detour to Tornillo, Texas, to demand humane treatment of the children who were being intentionally separated from their parents by the previous administration. On the way there, I tried to prepare my boys mentally and emotionally for what they were about to see. And it was my youngest son, Diego, who was 3 years old at the time, who turned to me and said, "Dad, Donald Trump is putting kids in cages. We got to go help them." My heart broke. Imagine how the children on the border today are feeling. Imagine how scared they must be. Consider how traumatic their young lives have already been and how anxious they are for the basic safety and comfort that so many people take for granted. Let's think of their parents' anguish to be so desperate to protect their children, to be so afraid for their safety, let alone their future, that they make the heartbreaking decision of sending them on a dangerous 2,000-mile journey to the U.S. border all alone, knowing that as risky and as dangerous as that journey is, it is safer than to stay in their own community. Let's be clear. These are children, these are families, not that are well off, trying to game the system. These are families that are desperate. Their communities have been ravaged by hurricanes, the COVID-19 pandemic, in so many cases, decades of violence. There are families that are threatened by gangs with torture and murder if they stay home. Asylum seekers aren't just seeking a better life. Many are simply just trying to stay alive. Now, too many policymakers act like asylum seekers are just choosing to come here when there's really no choice at all. And so I'm deeply disappointed to see so many members of Congress, both in the House and in the Senate, depicting desperate young children at the border as some sort of threat to our nation, as though 15,000 practically orphaned children trying to assimilate into our country of 330 million is some sort of existential crisis for our nation. The real crisis is the immigration laws that are so broken that children have to make a treacherous 2,000-mile journey to seek asylum here. The real crisis is that this situation distracts us from the more than 11 million undocumented immigrants who have been living in the United States for years, working and paying taxes in communities all across America while living in constant fear of deportation. They're our neighbors, our teachers, our nurses, our grocery store workers, our childcare providers. They're the essential workers that we have all thanked each and every day throughout this pandemic, who live in constant fear that their lives will be upended and their families ripped apart at any moment, depending on the politics of the day in Washington. The real crisis is that we've strayed so far from our founding principles as a nation of immigrants, that we strayed so far from the creed emblazoned on the very statue that we erected to welcome immigrants into New York Harbor. Quote, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." And so I am disappointed, Mr. President, but sadly not surprised, that this resolution is nothing more than a cynical attempt to perpetuate the semantic nonsense of the day. Our constituents didn't send us to the Senate or to Congress to identify problems. They send us here to develop and enact solutions. I'm more than willing to sit down with my colleague here to try to come up with some solutions to address what's happening at the border, solutions that address the lack of resources and the broken processes left by the previous administration, solutions that recognize the fundamental humanity of these desperate children and families that simply want to live to see their next birthday, solutions that stay true to the values of this nation. And so, Mr. President, I have an amendment to the resolution at the desk to strike the text of the Inhofe resolution and to insert the following. Resolved that it is the sense of the Senate that our outdated immigration laws and the lack of a pathway to citizenship for the 11 million undocumented immigrants who form the backbone of communities across the United States constitutes a crisis, and that the United States Senate must take up immigration reform this year. I ask that Senator Inhofe's request be modified as follows: that the Padilla substitute amendment at the desk to the resolution be considered and agreed to, the resolution as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection to the modification?
I object.
The objection is heard. Is there an objection to the original request?
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, I hope everyone heard this. I haven't met the senator from California real well yet, but I look forward to it, look forward to serving with him. But I hope that everyone heard what is going on now. Just open the borders. You know, people in other countries, I won't mention some of them because I don't want them to be put in a position, an awkward position. They say, why in the world don't we have strong borders in the United States of America? And we don't. And our previous president, I talked to him this morning. I talked to former President Trump this morning. And I talked about what is going on down there at the border. And the reason I'm familiar with this, much more familiar than the senator from California or anyone else, is because I worked down there for 30 years on that border, all the way from Brownsville, Texas to McAllen. I know the border people down there. I know the agents down there. And for them to tell me that they've been told not to talk to the media about what's going on, I hope everyone knows what's going on right now, today. This is going on. You know, President Trump was all for legal people coming into America the legal way. He made that very clear over and over again. He spent time down at the border, both borders, making sure that we can have a legal. One of the most gratifying things in my job as a United States Senator, and I've been in these chambers now since 1994, one of the most enjoyable things is to go to the naturalization ceremonies. And you talk to these people who've come and worked to come across legally to our country. I defy you to find any one of these individuals who's come here legally and gone through this naturalization process that they know more about the history of this country than people on the street, people who were born here, people who are serving here in the United States Senate. They know the language. They learned the language. They did it the hard way. How do you tell them you've gone through all of this, you're in the process of becoming legal, but you didn't have to do that. You just march right in. They're inviting you in. They want you in. Put it back up. Yeah, that's what's going on right now. That's what's going on in the border. So I want everyone to know what is happening now. And while we can be sympathetic to a lot of people, but the idea of saying that we had a president who was putting the kids in cages, come on, let's get real. We don't want to do that. We don't have to do that. We just want to make it very clear to the American people. We have borders. We ought to be protecting these borders. A lot of the people that come in, they aren't necessarily from Central America or from Mexico. A lot of them are terrorists coming over. They're coming from the Middle East, coming from all over the world, coming into our porous borders. Now, is that what the people want? No, it's not. Overwhelmingly, they have rejected the idea of open borders, letting everyone come in. Well, we're going to stay with this, and I'm going to kind of resubmit this very simple resolution. It is the sense of the Senate that the current influx of migrants at the southern land border of the United States constitutes a crisis. Mr. President, it is a crisis. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Connecticut,
I'd ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Republicans are going to be on the floor today taking a sudden 100% sincere interest in immigration reform. They're going to propose that the Senate take up a handful of bills to address what they call a crisis created by President Biden on our southern border. Forgive me for being blunt, but give me a break. Republicans suddenly care about the border because they don't want to talk about the real crisis that President Donald Trump created and that President Biden is fixing, the COVID crisis and our nation's economic crisis. Republicans don't want to fix our broken immigration laws. They want to distract Americans from the real story right now, which is the implementation of the very popular American Rescue Plan. $1,400 checks are arriving in people's bank accounts right now. School budgets finally have enough resources to catch up on all of the lost learning for our kids. Childhood poverty is about to be cut in half. More production of vaccines. That's the real story. You know how I know that Republicans are less than sincere in this interest in immigration policy? First, because they controlled the Senate for 6 years, and not once during the roughly 2,100 days that they were in charge did they try to honestly bring a comprehensive immigration reform proposal to the floor. I checked 2 of the bills that they're going to ask for unanimous consent for today were brought up for show votes in the middle of the 2016 presidential election as a means of helping Donald Trump's candidacy. But in neither instance was there actually any attempt to try to find common ground, actually pass something. Go back even further. 2013, when Democrats ran the Senate, well, that's when we actually did pass a comprehensive immigration reform bill. But it was Republicans that opposed it, not all, but all of the opposition came from Republicans. And it was the House Republican majority that refused to even consider the bill. That's where it died. So spare me this sudden concern for immigration policy. But since Republicans are now newly concerned about what's happening on the border, it probably makes sense for us to level set the facts. The facts. So here are 4 of them. The first is a pretty simple one. Republicans will tell you that Joe Biden created this crisis, that his policies are the reason why we have seen an increase in migration to the border. But here's the chart, and I want you to zero in on the end of it. As you can see, apprehensions at the border, which are a pretty decent indication of the number of people that are crossing without documentation, apprehensions at the border started going up in the middle of 2020 precipitously. All that is occurring now is a continuation of these increases. Apprehensions and crossings at the border didn't start increasing on Inauguration Day. They started increasing back in the middle and end of 2020. So you can't say that this was a creation of Joe Biden's policies if what we're witnessing now is a continuation of a trend that began at the end of last year. In fact, as you can see here, the 10-year high for apprehensions at the border happened right in the middle of the Trump administration, a time during which the president was crowing that his policies at the border were the toughest ever. Here's the second fact. The border is not open, as Republicans falsely claim. Here's what's happening right now on our southern border. Since the pandemic began, the administration invoked something called Title 42. That allows temporarily, during a public health emergency, the Border Patrol to turn everyone back around, send them back into Mexico, regardless of whether they have an asylum claim that's legitimate or not. Under law, that is a temporary authority that is only allowed to be used during a public health emergency. And President Trump was using that authority. The problem was that for these kids that were showing up at the border, who had legitimate asylum claims, right, whose lives were in danger in the places they were coming from, when we turned them around and sent them back to the Mexican border, we were essentially leaving them to die. Their parents weren't there. The smugglers that brought them to the United States had already left. This was a disastrous, inhumane, unconscionable policy to turn these kids back around to the border and leave them to the smugglers, to the sex traffickers, with no one to help. So the only change that President Biden made was to say these unaccompanied minors, they need to be protected. We need to process their asylum claims. But President Biden is still turning around under Title 42 authority every single adult, every group of adults, and every family that comes to the border under Title 42 authority. The border's not open. All that has changed is that the prior law that was applied before the pandemic began is being applied selectively to unaccompanied minors. And let's be clear, the authority to expel everybody being applied now to everybody except for unaccompanied minors, that's a temporary authority, an authority that Donald Trump didn't even invoke until the pandemic began. Third, it's not even clear that what's happening now is anything other than a natural increase in migration during the winter, combined with the buildup of demand from Title 42 enforcement in 2020. The Washington Post data analysts took a look at the recent data on border crossings year to year and month to month. And here's what they said. They said, we looked at data from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection to see whether there's a crisis or even a surge, as many news outlets have characterized it. We analyzed monthly CBP data from 2012 to now, and we found no crisis or surge that can be attributed to Biden administration policies. Rather, the current increase in apprehensions fits a predictable pattern of seasonal change in undocumented immigration, combined with a backlog of demand because of 2020's coronavirus border closure. What they're essentially saying is that because of conditions on the ground in Central America and Mexico, you saw an increase in crossings and apprehensions in 2018 and 2019 that vanished only in 2020 because of Title 42 authority that is now starting back up again. And again, the data backs this up. This year, from January to February, there was a 28% increase in crossings. January to February 2019, there was a 31% increase. Go back to 2018, February to March, 25% increase. For the last 3 years, outside of the pandemic environment, during the winter, you will see a routine 25 to 30% increase in presentations at the border. This is when people normally cross during the relatively colder weather months of the winter. Second, these numbers are really deceiving because these aren't unique individuals. This is just total number of apprehensions. So what's happening under Title 42 is that adults are being immediately removed right back to Mexico, but then they are immediately attempting to recross. And so many of these numbers look high because you have individuals who never got the chance to make an asylum claim who are crossing multiple times at the border. The fourth fact is that there is little evidence that American policy at the border has much to do with migration rates. The evidence, the facts show that it's conditions on the ground in the origin nations that are what determines whether people pack up their home and leave for America. And again, this chart is a good indication of that fact, because Donald Trump would tell you that his policies were tougher than anybody's. But the 10-year high in crossings, apprehensions, happened in the middle of Donald Trump's inhumane border policies. Why? Because during this time, conditions are abysmal. Violence is spiking in many places from which these migrants are coming. And just as a matter of sort of further explanation, if we brought this chart back into the Bush administration, you'd find that crossings were much higher, at a much higher rate during the Bush administration than at any time during the Obama administration. People come to the United States because they are fleeing violence, they are fleeing economic desperation, not because of some message they get from the U.S. government. One study I was looking at the other day, a comprehensive study of rationales for crossings, data on the times that people cross, says this, quote, tougher border controls have had remarkably little influence on the propensity to migrate illegally, unquote. These are the facts. These are the facts. Republicans need to stop looking at immigration as a political opportunity. We need to start dealing with the truth. The number of migrants showing up at the border today is large, but the winter increase isn't bigger than either of the last two winters prior to the pandemic with respect to percentage increase. It didn't start when Joe Biden became president or because of Joe Biden's policies. The increase started last year when Donald Trump was president. And to the extent that Republicans oppose President Biden's lifting of the Title 42 removal proceedings for kids, what's your alternative? Do you support just dumping these kids, these 10 and 11-year-olds on the other side of the border, scared and alone, and just leave them to die or to be forced into the arms of drug cartels or traffickers in northern Mexico? That's un-American. And I'm glad my president chose to end that inhumane temporary policy. But even if President Biden had continued Title 42 authority for kids for a few more months, expedited removal can't last forever. The law doesn't allow it. So once again, pretty soon, every migrant is going to be able to have the chance to apply for asylum, as they should. And herein lies an opportunity. Let's work together to fix what is a legitimately broken system. I will give you an example. People should be able to apply for asylum in the United States. We built this nation by allowing people to come here from very dangerous places. But the asylum process, it takes too long. Years between when you present yourself at the border and when you get a final decision on whether or not you can stay in the United States. Let's fix that. That's within our ability as members of Congress to fix that. The administration can't do it. They need resources. They need new law and new authorities. Republicans and Democrats could choose to, instead of playing politics, instead of offering up motions today that are sure to lose, we could sit down and try to do something about it. But for 6 years, Republicans had the opportunity to bring together a conversation around comprehensive immigration reform, and they didn't. Hopefully, we will have the opportunity to do that now. Lastly, Mr. President, behind every single one of these individuals coming to the border is a story, is a real human being. Ask yourself if your child was being recruited into vicious drug gangs with a high likelihood of serious harm or death, would you not take steps to keep your child safe? Would you not bring them to a place like America that was safer for that child? I visited on Friday the southwest border. I was in El Paso with a group of bipartisan colleagues and Secretary Mayorkas, who's doing a good job, who is managing this emergency with skill. And I met a little girl, about 13 years old, who was in one of these processing facilities waiting to be moved into the asylum process. And she was truly scared. She was truly scared. She knew she was going to have a chance to reunite with her family in the United States, but these detention centers, they're better than they were in 2019, but they're no place for kids. That little girl was coming from Guatemala, a place where there are certain neighborhoods that are more violent than any war zone in the Middle East. A place where murder rates eclipse anything we could even imagine in the United States. And so that little girl, she needs America to survive. But I'd argue America needs her more. Because without her, and the thousands of other children arriving at our border, hungry for a better life, we're going to risk abandoning the entire original idea of this great, one-of-a-kind nation. A nation that opens its arms to those that are fleeing violence and desperation. It's not just our tradition, it's our definition as a country. More reason for those of us in the United States Senate to resist the temptation to play politics with these kids' lives and with the very complicated, nuanced, important issue of immigration, and instead find ways to be truthful about what's happening at the border as a means to come together and do something about it. I yield the floor. I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland,
I ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to urge swift passage of the PPP Extension Act, which will extend the March 31st deadline for the Paycheck Protection Program 2 months to May 31st and give the SBA an additional month through June 30 to process any backlogged applications. This Saturday, March 27th, will be the 1-year date since the CARES Act was enacted. In that time, SBA has approved 8.2 million PPP loans worth more than $715 billion. These loans have saved small businesses throughout our nation. They would not be here today but for this program. It also saved the stress on our unemployment insurance system by keeping small business employees on the payroll. And as I'm sure the presiding officer knows, for a small business, it's difficult to find a workforce and to keep a workforce. And the Paycheck Protection Program allowed small businesses to maintain their workforce so that when the pandemic is over, they're going to be ready for a growing economy. The world feels a little different today than it did a year ago. The American people are finally beginning to see a light at the end of the tunnel. More than 124 million vaccine doses have been administered, and public health officials nationwide are beginning to ease restrictions on public gatherings. We can see a light at the end of the tunnel, but we're not there yet. Small businesses are struggling, but in spite of those struggles, small businesses are still showing up for our communities. The Baltimore Sun recently published a story about a restaurant in my hometown of Baltimore that captured the essence of the value of small businesses bring to our communities. Steve True and Efren Aby, co-owners of the popular restaurant in Baltimore named Ekaben, recently drove 6 hours from Baltimore to Vermont to prepare a meal for a longtime customer who was on her deathbed. They did this at their own cost because that's what small business owners do. They're part of our community. Afterwards, Mr. Chu and Mr. Abe called the decision a no-brainer and viewed their trip as a way to say thank you to a customer who has supported them for the years. That's what makes small businesses special. They are more than places we go to buy products or enjoy a meal. They're vital pillars in our community. Mr. President, that story and countless others like it are why we passed the PPP program initially and why we must pass the PPP Extension Act so PPP can continue to be a lifeline for small businesses in the coming months. Congress and the Biden administration have implemented significant improvements to the PPP in recent months that have made the program more equitable and useful. So we must now extend the deadline to allow small businesses and nonprofits to take full advantage and receive the help that they need. In December, Congress passed the Bipartisan Economic Aid Act, which provided an additional $284 billion to PPP and made second-round PPP loans available to small businesses that have spent their initial PPP loan and can demonstrate a 25% loss in revenue. The bill also expanded eligibility to PPP to include certain local newspapers, TV stations, and radio stations, as well as 501c6 nonprofits. I must remind my colleagues that while the SBA was beginning to implement the improvements we made in the PPP program in the Economic Aid Act, the agency was also undergoing the transition from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. Transitions, even under the best circumstances, can be disruptive to an agency's work. On February 22nd, the Biden administration took strong action to get funding to small businesses that were either left out or underfunded during prior rounds of PPP. The administration implemented a 14-day exclusive window for small businesses with fewer than 20 employees. It updated the maximum loan calculation formula for sole proprietors and eliminated rules prohibiting small business owned by formerly incarcerated individuals and individuals with delinquent federal student loans from securing a PPP loan. It made it possible and much more worthwhile for small businesses to apply for PPP loans. But it takes time. PPP is a forgivable loan, but you have to have a financial institution to make that loan. It's got to be processed, it's got to be approved, and it can't be done by the end of this month. During the exclusivity period, SBA approved PPP loans for more than 400,000 small businesses and nonprofits with fewer than 20 employees, nearly half of which were first-time borrowers. We're reaching the hard-to-serve, the most needy of the small businesses. They finally got help. Earlier this month, we passed the historic American Rescue Plan. The plan expanded PPP eligibility even more to include more nonprofits as well as digital news platforms. The plan provides overdue aid to the local chapters of large nonprofits, such as the YMCA and Goodwill, that have not had prior access to PPP due to having multiple locations totaling more than 500 employees. The plan makes these nonprofits eligible for PPP loans worth up to $10 million as long as each location does not exceed the employee limit. That makes sense. During a hearing examining PPP last week, the Small Business Committee heard testimony from John Hoey, who leads the YMCA chapter that serves the Baltimore region. John urged us to extend the PPP to give nonprofit leaders more time to understand the program. He said, "I can tell you that colleagues of mine who run large Ys around the country and large nonprofits in Baltimore are still trying to understand the program and figure out if they qualify. I think a 3-month extension is not only warranted, but owed to all of us after what we've been through this past year." We also heard testimony from Lisa Mensa, who leads the Opportunity Finance Network, which is the National Association of CDFIs, our mission lenders. She warned us that thousands of business owners will not receive access to PPP without an extension. She told us about a CDFI in Jackson, Mississippi, that estimates that 1,300 loans from small businesses that apply for PPP will not receive funds if we do not extend the deadline. Of these 1,300 applicants, 98% are businesses with fewer than 20 employees, 95% are minority-owned, and nearly 100 of them are veteran or veteran spouse-owned small businesses. Mr. President, this is only one CDFI out of hundreds nationwide. The story will be repeated, those that have been left out. The committee has also been urged to extend the deadline by the business community. On March 15, more than 90 Chamber of Commerce's, trade groups, and business organizations sent a letter urging extension. And they said nearly 1 year into the COVID-19 pandemic, the continued liquidity challenges of small business sectors are acute. Mr. President, it's clear that there is still an overwhelming need for PPP loans, which is why the PPP Extension Act passed the House of Representatives by a 415-3 vote. This is bipartisan. The bill that we're talking about is sponsored by Senator Collins, and Senator Shaheen and I are also on that bill. The good news is that the resources are there. We have been informed by the SBA that the extension of the deadline can work within the funds that have already been made available by Congress. The money is there. This is not the first time we've done this. I must remind my colleagues that last year, as PPP was approaching its deadline, I brought a bill to the floor of the Senate and worked with Senator Rubio to give small businesses more time to get their applications filed. I must also remind my colleagues that we passed that extension to preserve access to PPP while we continued negotiating on broader changes to the program. We need to do the same thing again. I know that there are other modifications to the program that we will have an opportunity to discuss, and I am committed in conducting those discussions in the same bipartisan manner that I have approached the development of these programs. In fact, later today, in just in 45 minutes, there will be a hearing of the Small Business Committee where we will be doing oversight on the programs that we made available during COVID-19, and we'll have representatives from government responsible for those programs, including the SBA. But the bottom line, we first need to extend the program. Going to make sure it doesn't expire next week. We must get this done. The need is there, and the funds are there. Mr. President, I would ask consent that my following comments be separated in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to celebrate Women's History Month and support S.J. Res. 1, legislation I introduced with my partner in this effort, Senator Murkowski of Alaska. Our bipartisan legislation would remove the deadline for the state's ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment, the ERA, and I am pleased that the House adopted the companion version of this legislation, H.J. Res. 17, last week. I now urge the Senate to take up and pass this legislation. Ratification of the ERA would expressly prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex in the United States Constitution. The amendment simply reads, equality of rights under the law should not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. In January 2020, Virginia became the 38th state to ratify the ERA, which was first proposed in 1972. Congress has the authority under Article 5 of the Constitution to set and change deadlines for the ratification of constitutional amendments, and has done so on numerous occasions. Recall that in 1992, the 27th Amendment of the Constitution prohibiting immediate congressional pay raises was successfully ratified after 203 years. That amendment was initially proposed as part of the original Bill of Rights in 1789. There should be no time limit on equality. Even as we celebrate America's first female vice president, our nation is held back as the only modern constitution that fails to enshrine full equality for both men and women. This is unacceptable. Most Americans are surprised to learn that the ERA is not already part of the U.S. Constitution. The states have done their job to make this happen. Now Congress must finally do its job and remove any legal obstacle to certifying the ERA. Women were indeed left out of the Constitution intentionally by our founding fathers. American women, however, did demand equality as our country was being founded. In a letter in March 1776, Abigail Adams wrote to her husband, John Adams, urging him and other members of the Continental Congress not to forget about the nation's women. The future First Lady wrote, in part, I long to hear that you have declared an independence. And by the way, in the new code of laws, which I suppose it will be necessary for you to make, I desire that you remember the ladies and be more generous and favorable to them than your ancestors. Do not put such unlimited power in the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could. If particular care and attention is not paid to the ladies, we are determined to foment a rebellion and will not hold ourselves bound by any laws in which we have no voice or representation. Sadly, the founding fathers did not heed Abigail Adams' call. Most notably, women were denied the right to vote for nearly 150 years. More broadly, women were treated as second-class citizens through our nation's history and were denied other basic and fundamental rights, such as being able to own property or work in their chosen occupation. Women compose the majority of the American population, but continue to be underrepresented in government, elected office, the courts, and the business world. Without the ERA in the Constitution, the statutes and case law that have produced major advances in women's rights since the middle of the last century are vulnerable to being ignored, weakened, or even reversed. Congress can amend or repeal anti-discrimination laws by a simple majority. A new administration can fail to vigorously enforce civil rights statutes. The Supreme Court can use a lower standard of intermediate scrutiny to permit certain regressive forms of sex discrimination. Indeed, even today, women do not receive equal pay for equal work. The ERA would provide a needed constitutional basis for legislation advancing women's equality. Historically, the Equal Protection of the Laws Clause of the 14th Amendment has been used to fight discrimination on the basis of gender. However, without language in the Constitution specifically establishing that there shall be no denial or abridgment of rights on the basis of sex, the Supreme Court will likely continue to apply a lower level of scrutiny in cases related to discrimination against women. By contrast, the Supreme Court uses the strict scrutiny test in reviewing cases of racial and religious discrimination. As former Supreme Court Justice Anthony Scalia, a fervent originalist, once stated, Certainly, the Constitution does not require discrimination on the basis of sex. The only issue whether it prohibits it. It doesn't. Former Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg stated, "Every constitution written since the end of World War II includes a provision that men and women are citizens of equal stature. Ours does not. If I could choose an amendment to add to the Constitution, it would be the Equal Rights Amendment. I would like my granddaughters, when they pick up the Constitution, to see that notion, that women and men are persons of equal stature. I'd like them to see that in the basic principle of our society." Public polling indicates that the country is ready for the ERA. Today, nearly half the states, including Maryland and Alaska, have a version of the ERA written into their state constitutions. In the era of Me Too, there have been a renewed energy for adopting the ERA, as society finally addresses the long-standing problems of violence and sexual harassment against women and demanding justice and accountability. Just a few weeks ago, we celebrated International Women's Day worldwide on March the 8th with the 2021 theme, Choose to Challenge. It is now far past the time we bring the conversation of women's equality and empowerment to center stage. The United States of America is one of the most developed, wealthiest, and admired countries in the world today. And immigrants from all over the world continue to travel to the United States to pursue their dreams and make a better life for themselves and their families. However, to this very day, the Constitution of the United States, our nation's supreme law of the land, still does not declare that men and women are of equal stature. The passage of this historic amendment would truly never be more possible or needed as it is today. Let me quote from President Biden's statement on the ERA upon the House passage of this legislation last week. "Gender equality is not only a moral issue, the full participation of women and girls across all aspects of our society is essential to our economic prosperity, our security, and the health of our democracy. This is especially critical right now as the coalition of public health crisis, the collision of public health crisis, economic crisis, and caregiving crisis have erased decades of women's economic gains and pushed more women out of American workforce than we've seen in more than 30 years. President Biden concluded, "It is long past time that we enshrine the principles of gender equality in our Constitution." Let me address one other issue regarding a recent decision on the ERA and the validity of the state ratification under the previous congressional deadlines. In this case, decided by Judge Cloture in the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, it is just as important to discuss what the judge did not hold in his decision. Notably, the judge in this case wrote, equally significant as the court's holding is what it does not hold. Congress has not tried to revive the ERA despite both deadline expirations, so the court is not confronted with that difficult issue. Lastly, the court does not express an opinion on the merits of the ERA as a matter of policy. It merely enforces a procedural time limit that Congress set when proposing the amendment. In my view, this decision makes the need for decisive congressional action clearer than ever on this procedural time limit, using the power of Congress under Article 5 of the Constitution. It is far past time for Congress to take up and pass this legislation that would remove the time limit for the ERA ratification, which will remove any remaining legal ambiguities about congressional intent. Let us take up and pass this legislation without further delay and finally write equality between men and women into our Constitution. With that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President, it's become all too easy for pundits and politicians to reduce the security of our borders to a bumper sticker or billboard slogan. As someone who appreciates the value of human life, as a survivor of sexual assault, and someone who cares deeply about the safety and security of women and children across the globe, I am horrified that we continue to put border security at the bottom of our policy to-do list. On January 31st, 2016, the same day as her college graduation, Iowan Sarah Root was killed by an illegal immigrant named Edwin Mejia. He was drag racing with a blood alcohol level more than 3 times the legal limit. Despite repeated requests by local law enforcement, Immigration and Customs Enforcement failed to detain Mejia because of a catch and release policy that ultimately allowed him to escape the country. Unfortunately, this is the same policy that President Biden supported during the Obama administration. Still, more than 4 years later, Mejia remains a fugitive, denying Sarah's loved ones any sense of justice and closure. After today, I will have now live UC'd this bill twice, and I expect the same thing to happen today as it did last time, that it will be objected to by my Democratic colleagues. As a mother, I cannot fathom the grief that Sarah's family, her mother and father, Michelle and Scott, her brother, and her friends continue to feel after such a devastating loss. Sarah had her whole future in front of her, but her opportunity to make her mark on the world was tragically cut short. At the same time, while Sarah Root's mother and father grieve a child without a parent continues to make the perilous journey at the hands of a smuggler. Many arrive here dehydrated and malnourished and subject to unspeakable atrocities, from rape to assaults. Since Inauguration Day, we have seen record numbers of children at the border, a heartbreaking humanitarian crisis. Before then, the migrant protection protocols, or the Remain in Mexico policy, was in place and helped keep migrants safely in Mexico until the United States had a chance to process them. This policy single-handedly reduced the need for bed space in the U.S., protected migrants from that treacherous journey through Mexico, and kept our facilities from being dangerously overcrowded. Border Patrol agents were able to return to their originally assigned duties of patrolling for drugs and human traffickers. But as we've heard time and again, and something that's very true, elections have consequences. President Biden, before he even had the chance to unpack, made serious changes to immigration policies, changes that have resulted in the national emergency at the U.S.-Mexico border. First, he rolled back the Remain in Mexico policy, and that's a big reason why we have a crisis at the border today. Instead of keeping migrants in Mexico and deterring those from making the dangerous journey north, the vacancy sign is on. But the reality is we are out of space. It feels as if the Biden administration is starting to see the reality of the disaster they created at our southern border. They're now walking this reversal back and asking the Mexican government to reinstate the previous administration's policy. On his first day in office, President Biden signed an executive order suspending all domestic deportation proceedings. If Sarah Root's story played out today, Immigration and Customs Enforcement would not pick up her killer, and the same tragedy could happen again and again. Although nothing can bring beautiful Sarah back to her family, we can ensure that the federal government never makes this mistake again. Today, I rise to call upon my Senate colleagues to help make that happen, to stop another tragedy like Sarah's from happening with a simple and clean fix. I am asking the Senate to join myself and 22 of our colleagues and pass my bill, Sarah's Law. Sarah's Law is simple. It requires that ICE take custody of a person who is in the country illegally, and if they are charged with a crime that seriously injures another person. It also mandates a better victim notification system that lets victims and their families, like the Root family, know what happened to their loved ones. Sarah's Law is about as common sense and effort as there is. It recognizes the simple fact that all criminals should be held accountable for their actions. All criminals, and not simply allowed to slip back into the shadows. If Sarah's Law is passed, people who are in this country illegally and murder another person would be prioritized for deportation if released. Who could be opposed to this? In fact, a previous vote on this bill in the form of an amendment was supported by the majority of the Senate and was bipartisan. No family should ever have to endure such a tragedy, especially one that could have been prevented. Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-80 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President, reserving the right to object.
Democratic Majority Whip.
Madam President, the senator from Iowa tells us a compelling story of Sarah Root, whose death at the hands of a drunk driver is a tragedy. However, I respectfully suggest this legislation is not the answer. This bill that she is proposing would require the mandatory detention of immigrants charged, not convicted, charged with certain crimes. The mere allegation of criminal conduct would result in months, possibly years of detention before conviction. Indefinitely detaining immigrants, regardless of whether they actually committed a crime, regardless of circumstances, violates a principle that is deeply embedded in the American legal system: innocent until proven guilty. Under this bill, someone wrongly arrested wouldn't be eligible for an individualized bond determination. This is not consistent with the basic tenets of due process in our Constitution. Creating a new category of immigrants subject to indefinite detention for being charged also could be harmful to the survivors of domestic violence. Over 20 years ago, I was introduced to a group in Chicago. The name of the group, and I'm sorry if I don't pronounce it correctly, I'm pretty close, is Los Mujeres Latinas en Acción. This is a group that came together to try to protect undocumented mothers and wives from domestic abuse. And the reason why they came together was these poor women were being victimized and abused in ways unthinkable and were so afraid to report it to police because of their undocumented status. So this group of women in the community came together and said, we have to build a shelter. These women have to get away from their abusive husbands who many times were also abusing the children. And that's what happened. And today it's still there and still needed. These survivors of domestic abuse, many times in desperation, would finally strike back at the abusive husband. And some of them were even subject to arrest for assault against the abusing husband. Under the proposal today that's being suggested by the senator from Iowa, that woman, having been abused by that husband for so many years, finally striking back and assaulting the husband and being charged, would automatically be incarcerated. There wouldn't be a judge to consider the reality of the circumstances in her life. Survivors of human trafficking, sexual assault, and domestic violence are often at risk of arrest initially, but many times in court, when the circumstances are explained, a different conclusion is reached. In one study, nearly half of the incarcerated women in the study described assaults they had committed in their own defense. This bill has no exception for immigrants who are charged with crimes that resulted from their defending themselves against violence. Let me add, too, this bill is not necessary. Our immigration laws give to ICE the authority to detain people who are deportable. In fact, there are thousands of people detained right now using this authority. There is no question that our immigration system is far from perfect and is a broken system. We have a responsibility and we have an authority in Congress to reform our immigration law. If the senator from Iowa is interested in working on bipartisan immigration reform, I welcome the opportunity to ask her to join us to try to find pragmatic bipartisan solutions. An initial meeting today, bipartisan meeting of senators, opened the conversation. But trying to pass this bill by unanimous consent is not the way to approach this very complex problem. We need to roll up our sleeves and say, let's, as senators, on a bipartisan basis, do it. I stand ready to do so. I hope the senator from Iowa does too. As tough as it may be, we need to tackle these issues and not ignore them as they were for the last 4 years under the previous Republican president. For those reasons, I object.
Madam President.
Objection overruled. Or exception is heard, excuse me.
Madam President.
The senator from Iowa.
Yes, I appreciate my colleague's comments, the senator from Illinois, but there is no doubt that we have a problem in the United States today. Our immigration system does need to be reformed, but it does need to be done in a bipartisan manner. This, when presented as an amendment on the floor of the Senate, was a bipartisan supported amendment. And it deals with those that are charged with bodily injuring another person or of murder. That's what happened in Sarah's case. ICE is given the opportunity to detain an individual. But in this case, ICE chose not to, even though a young woman was murdered by a man operating under multiple assumed names with no familial ties in the area. The man was allowed to slip back into the shadows, and Sarah Root's family will likely never, ever see justice. So the pendulum swings both ways. I would much rather see Edwin Mejia face justice than allow a family of a young murdered woman to go without. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Texas.
Madam President, as we all know, over the last year, COVID-19 has taken center stage as the #1 public health crisis facing our nation. No community has been spared from the devastation caused by this virus, which has claimed more than 540,000 American lives. But beneath the surface, the problems we're facing before the pandemic still exist, and in many cases, they're getting worse. A year of stress, isolation, and loss has taken a serious toll on America's mental health and has led to increasing rates of anxiety and depression. These same factors have led to an increase in domestic violence as families have spent more time at home, often while battling the stress of job losses, financial difficulties, and virtual learning. And of course, there's the opioid epidemic, which continues to destroy communities across our country. In 2019, there were more than 70,000 overdose deaths in America, 70,000. We're still waiting on the complete figures for 2020, but preliminary data shows that things are trending in the wrong direction. From June 2019 to May of 2020, more than 81,000 Americans have died from overdoses. We know a significant portion of those deaths involve heroin. Roughly 20% of those who overdosed in 2019. According to the Drug Enforcement Agency's National Drug Threat Assessment, the vast majority of that heroin comes from Mexico, a staggering 92%. As we've discussed the crisis at the border, I've talked about ways the surge in unaccompanied children affects Customs and Border Protection's ability to carry out its other missions, including stopping the flow of these illegal drugs. Time spent processing and caring for children means less time on the front lines, catching or deterring the cartels from moving their poison across the border into the United States. A Bloomberg report last year brought another aspect of this epidemic to light, the fact that chemicals made in the United States by U.S. companies were key ingredients in the manufacture of heroin in Mexico. One of those companies is Aventor, a Fortune 500 company that supplies chemicals and lab materials and services across a number of industries. Aventor produces millions of products, including everything from medical masks to high-quality chemicals for pharmaceuticals to kits for science labs in schools. But the focus here is on one particular chemical, acetic anhydride. This is an 18-liter jug of acetic anhydride, and you can see Aventor's name on the label. Aventor sells this through a subsidiary known as J.T. Baker into Mexico. Now, there are legitimate uses for acetic anhydride. It's used to make cigarette filters, produce chemicals used for photographic films. But this wasn't a photo taken in a chemical lab or a manufacturing plant here in the United States. This was taken by a Bloomberg reporter in Mexico who was able to purchase this chemical online, no questions asked. This should have never happened. Why? Because acetic anhydride is a highly regulated chemical, at least in the United States and actually around the world. Some countries even bar the importation of acetic anhydride because of its use in manufacturing illegal drugs. But the reason it's regulated is because it's a precursor in the production of heroin. That's why many countries ban the importation outright. Without this chemical, it's virtually impossible to transform opium from a poppy seed even into the more lethal drug of heroin. Acetic anhydride, as I said, is one of the most tightly controlled chemicals worldwide and has been for some time. The International Narcotics Control Board has been sounding the alarm on this dangerous chemical since the 2000s. In fact, its annual report has described horrific examples of the dangerous precursor chemical being diverted from legitimate uses to illegitimate uses like making heroin. But the fact is, Mexico did not sign on to the International Narcotics Board protocol for this dangerous chemical until 2018. And even then, the enforcement, oversight, and control of this precursor was lax at best. Even now, given the controls that the cartels exert over large swaths of Mexico, I have no confidence that any controls on this chemical are effective in stopping illicit uses in that country. The Bloomberg investigation brought to light how easy it was for the cartels to get a hold of this chemical. The reporters were able to purchase this 17-liter jug online or at a medical supply store. Didn't take any special requirements. So you can imagine how easy it was for the cartels to get their hands on this chemical. While the controls, oversight, and enforcement of this chemical are much tighter in the United States and have been for years, it presents a constant challenge when Mexico does not have the same standards and enforcement. It presents an additional hurdle for the safety of our communities when U.S. companies like Aventor avail themselves of foreign subsidiaries to create and manufacture the precursor chemical in the cartel's own backyard, thereby facilitating the manufacture and sale of the deadly drug known as heroin. Of course, the winners of all this are the cartels, as in addition to their criminal network of smugglers who move the drug across our border. The losers are our communities here in the United States and our loved ones who've been tragically affected by the opioid epidemic. Madam President, this is an open-air drug lab in Sinaloa State, the home of El Chapo's drug empire. Cartels can use this single jug of 18 liters of chemical to make heroin in this drug lab concealed in a rural part of Mexico. They can make out of that one jug about 80 pounds or 90,000 hits of heroin out of one jug. Of course, one hit is enough to destroy a life. But think of the pain that one 18-liter jug can inflict on an entire community. And Aventor knows that these jugs in this size can be easily concealed in something like the trunk of a car. One container of this chemical costs $324. The street value of the heroin that it will yield is at least $3.6 million. One jug, $324, can produce $3.6 million worth of street value in heroin. Well, if this doesn't make your blood boil, you're not paying attention. After all, it's simply impossible to believe that Aventor, a Fortune 500 company, publicly traded here in America, it's impossible to believe that they were selling large quantities of this chemical, which is banned in many countries of the world because of its use in illegal drug manufacturing, but it had no idea that it was being used for illicit purposes in Mexico. I don't think anybody would believe that they didn't know. Bloomberg reports that this has been going on for at least the last 10 years, when photos like this surfaced of the J.T. Baker line of products showing up in drug busts by the Mexican authorities. But unfortunately, the bad news doesn't stop there. The nominee for the third highest ranking position at the Department of Justice has profited to the tunes of millions of dollars from Aventor stock. Vanita Gupta has been nominated to serve as the Associate Attorney General, and she is a very large shareholder in this publicly traded company. She owns millions of dollars of Avantor stock parked in her own accounts and in various trusts she's identified in her financial disclosures. This isn't just a blind investment in a mutual fund. This is the family business. Ms. Gupta's father is Avantor's chairman of the board. Following Ms. Gupta's confirmation hearing in the Judiciary Committee, senators submitted questions for the record. One question was submitted by Senator Grassley, the ranking member. He asked Ms. Gupta if she was aware that Avantor was producing and selling chemical precursors used in the illegal heroin trade in Mexico. She said, "I'm aware of the allegations." The next question from Senator Grassley was about her financial holdings. Since she owns upwards of $55 million of Avantor stock, he asked if she had profited financially from this chemical trade of acetic anhydride by Avantor in Mexico. Ms. Gupta said, "As a shareholder I had with no role in Avantor, I'm not able to say whether or how much I have profited from the various parts of Avantor's business." Madam President, I generally believe witnesses who testify under oath at Judiciary Committee hearings if there's no reason not to believe them. But it pains me to say this, but Ms. Gupta had already established a clear pattern of deception or flat out lying during her confirmation process. In 2012, Ms. Gupta wrote a op-ed piece in the Huff Post, November the 4th, 2012. At that time, she said that states should decriminalize possession of all drugs, not just marijuana, all drugs for personal use. The article said states should decriminalize simple possession of all drugs, particularly marijuana, and for small amounts of other drugs. That's a quotation. You can see that here. That would include decriminalizing fentanyl, methamphetamine, and other highly addictive, deadly drugs, including, of course, heroin. Well, that wasn't her answer at her confirmation hearing. When asked whether she advocates for decriminalization of all drugs, she didn't mince words. She said, "No, Senator, I do not." Now, I understand it's natural for people to change their mind, especially in light of new information or new experiences. Ms. Gupta's case, she noted that her experience at the Department of Justice and with addiction in her own family has led her to evolve her position on these issues. But in responding to Senator Grassley's questions, written questions, she said, I have never advocated for the decriminalization of all drugs, and I do not support the decriminalization of all drugs. But Madam President, that is demonstrably false. It's not true. She obviously held the view and felt so strongly about it at the time that she penned an op-ed piece in a national publication to advocate for the decriminalization of all drugs. When a person's been nominated for a leadership position at the Department of Justice, that person has a duty to be honest and forthright. If you learned any new information or changed your mind, that's fine, but you can't flat out mislead about not having held beliefs that you clearly held in the past, especially when those beliefs could interfere with your ability to do the very job for which you've been nominated. It's not just decriminalization where Ms. Gupta has misled the Judiciary Committee. On qualified immunity, defunding the police, the death penalty, Ms. Gupta has offered misleading statements on each of these issues. Policy differences I can accept, but a lack of candor is disqualifying, especially for the office of Associate Attorney General. So when Ms. Gupta said she was unaware that Avantor was profiting and that she was profiting from illicit manufacturing of heroin in Mexico, I do not find that credible. It's just another example of saying whatever you need to say to get confirmed by the Senate. Madam President, the Department of Justice is the highest law enforcement agency in the country, and Ms. Gupta has been nominated to serve as third in command. If confirmed, she would oversee the civil division, which will make major decisions about who will be investigated, who will be charged, and who will face punishment. Some of those potential targets include opioid companies, drug manufacturers, or perhaps even companies that are diverting precursor chemicals to the cartels. If you look at the work of the Civil Division of the Department of Justice at the moment, you will see a number of civil actions already related to the diversion of opioids and companies involved in illegal schemes. So what does this say about her ability to supervise those kinds of cases? The department requires professional detachment from even the appearance of impropriety. And this conflict of interest of Ms. Gupta's goes far beyond simple appearance. Ms. Gupta has financially benefited from the sale of this chemical to cartels in Mexico. She's financially benefited, whether she knew it at the time or not, but she won't even admit it. As a result, any case that has a nexus to drugs brought by the Department of Justice while she's at the helm will have a giant cloud cast over it. Finally, Madam President, what I find most troubling, in addition to her lack of candor, is that Ms. Gupta has shown absolutely no remorse for the harm done by Aventor in facilitating the manufacture and sale of heroin here in the United States. I estimated in the last 10 years, more than 100,000 Americans have died of drug overdoses associated with heroin. So, Madam President, I cannot support the nomination of Ms. Gupta to serve as Associate Attorney General, and I would urge all of my colleagues to oppose her nomination as well.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President. Last month alone, more than 100,000 migrants crossed our southern border. Our ports of entry are overrun. Holding facilities are packed, and yes, our Border Patrol agents are absolutely exhausted. They are exhausted. This isn't just a logistical challenge. It's a tragedy made worse by the Biden administration's disastrous open borders policies. The crisis is escalating, especially for the tens of thousands of children who have arrived in this country very much alone. Unaccompanied minors accounted for nearly 10% of all migrants who crossed our border last month. That's roughly 10,000 children a month walking into chaos. Anyone paying a bit of attention knows what's going on here. Customs and Border Protection has been sounding the alarm on the connection between children and human trafficking for years. The coyotes, the cartels, and the gangs use children as drug mules. They use them as sex slaves. If you don't believe me, ask anyone with the CBP why they administer pregnancy tests to little girls as young as 13 as soon as they arrive at the border. This is a heartbreaking situation. These children are living in hell, and it's getting worse. False claims of family ties have fueled a rise in fraudulent asylum claims and in human trafficking. Adult migrants are making arrangements with cartels and smugglers to borrow children. They claim kinship and use that relationship to bolster a fraudulent asylum claim. And what do they do when they've gotten what they want? They send the child back across the border to start the entire nightmarish process with another stranger. That is correct. This is called child recycling. But I think recycling is an odd choice of words to describe one human being treating another human being like a piece of garbage. Again, this is heartbreaking. If you want to get an idea of how big a problem we have, consider that the Department of Homeland Security says that over the past decade, they've seen a 1,675% increase in asylum cases. In 2019, Immigration and Customs Enforcement implemented a pilot DNA testing program to try and stop this rampant exploitation. They found that 20% of all kinship claims they were able to screen were a lie. 20%. This is a humanitarian crisis, an environmental crisis, and a health and safety crisis. And the Biden administration has lost control of this situation. But there are things we can do right now to protect these children and to put the smugglers in check. This week, I introduced the End Child Trafficking Now Act, which would require our border agents to administer DNA tests to adult migrants claiming kinship with a minor without the legal documentation to prove it. If the adult refuses, they'll be immediately deported. Furthermore, the bill mandates a 10-year penalty for all alien adults who lie about their relationship with a minor. The test is simple. It takes about 90 minutes. 90 minutes could mean the difference between that child finding safety in the United States and that child being dragged back to a cartel. We're on pace to see 17,000 more unaccompanied minors arrive this month. ICE proved this testing strategy can help protect them. There's no valid fact-based reason not to do it. As if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Judiciary Committee be discharged from further consideration of S 903 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Madam President.
The senator from California.
Reserving the right to object. Madam President, I share my colleagues' desire to prevent child trafficking. Trust me, as a parent, I know it's a laudable goal. But as drafted, this bill would create enormous and instant chaos at airports around the country and every other port of entry. As written, it would require every foreign family that seeks admission to the United States, even just for a family vacation, to have a third-party witness attest to their affiliation or else submit to a DNA test. I can't imagine any of our airports have the resources to implement this. It would simply lead to the same chaos we saw after the implementation of President Trump's Muslim ban, or worse. It would overwhelm our law enforcement officials and create bottlenecks at customs for citizens and non-citizens alike, not to mention the many legal and ethical questions as it pertains to genetic privacy and the storage of that information. I'd be more than happy to sit down with my colleague from Tennessee in the context of a larger discussion about immigration reform to see how we can ensure that we include provisions to prevent child trafficking. But I don't think this bill, as drafted, will actually accomplish that goal. And so, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam President.
I think my colleague understands that this bill would apply to individuals, to adults that cannot show kinship and do not have legal documentation. We know that human trafficking, sex trafficking, child trafficking has become a major industry. We know that child recycling is a practice that is used by the cartels. We know that they are using this to move adults into the country. Thereby, this is something that would put the cartels in check and show that we are not going to stand for them recycling children, claiming kinship to children who are not theirs, and trying to move drug smugglers and cartel members into this country.
Quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.